Hi everyone, this is Tessa. I'm not sure how long today's sprint will be. This has been a rough 2 days for me. The colitis has made my life really miserable. I haven't felt very well, and I obviously ate something that shouldn't have, and it really irritated my stomach. Miserable. So I haven't felt very well. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I thought I muted it and I didn't. Sorry that interrupted. Right, it's muted now. So I'm not sure how long I'm going to sprint for. Really depends on how I feel. Right now I'm feeling pretty good. So I'm just going to take it from there and see how things go. Yesterday I got my BiPAP, so I used it for the first time, but I had a major blood sugar crash in the middle of the night, and my sugar dropped so low. I'm surprised they did not pass out. I was on the verge of calling the hospital because I was so weak and I couldn't get my blood sugar back up. And I was ready to call the ambulance and say, come get me, because I didn't know what to do. It took me an hour to get it back to normal, and that shouldn't be. So I have a doctor appointment tomorrow with the endocrinologist, so we'll see what his thoughts are on this whole thing. I mean, they have not been able to figure out why I constantly have blood sugar lows. Insulin doesn't help. Insulin is really bad when you're having lows because it's so easy to cause a low with insulin. Am I doing something I'm not realizing that's causing this? Is my body doing something that's causing this? Don't know. So my first night with the BiPAP machine for my sleep apnea was a little disrupted by the issue, and this morning I was so sick that I was in bed all day. I'm just now starting to feel better, so I'm not sure exactly what happened there, whether it has to do with the colitis or not. So I started creating an Excel file to keep track of my beta readers. I want to keep track of what, each has to say about different subjects so I can get an idea on what it is I need to work on. Some of them are starting to come in, so I can start looking at them. And once I get a file set up with how I want to set it up, to keep track of what, is coming through, so I know what it is I need to work on. Because I'm not, obviously, not going to have a perfect novel. I mean, even I know that. There are going to be things wrong with it. So I am going to, listen to what these people have to say and get an idea. I mean, I know I have the final say. If I don't want to change something, nothing says I have to. But if I get all these people I have that have it, and they all say the same thing, I might want to think twice about it. Because, if they all pick up on the same thing, then obviously there's an issue. And this is my first time doing this. It's my first time with beta readers. I've done it once as a beta reader, and I wasn't really sure what I was doing. But I did have questions, so it was a lot easier to follow with questions, to keep me on track of what to look for. So that's what I did. I put questions in mine. I researched it. I researched beta readers, found out the kind of questions you should ask. So there are questions in the file for my story for people to keep in mind. And whether they use them or not, I'm not sure. Hi, Kate. How are you? Nice to see you. The new year's not starting off too great for me. I hope it gets better. Didn't end so well. Oh, it ended great. I finished my novel, so that was the good part. Now comes of course, the hard part, the editing and the beta reader part. And, if you've ever gone through that, you have an idea of probably the apprehension I'm feeling right now of people viewing my work and giving me their opinion. So I have an idea for a new one. This time, though, I think I'm going to have to try an outline because I don't have enough. Normally, when I pants something, it's all in my head and it just comes out. I'm getting ideas. I'm not getting a story. So I think I'm going to have to do a kind of outline thing with the different things that are coming up so I can try to write a story, which is new for me because I'm really not an outliner. So it needs more research into outlining. Let's see here. I keep forgetting I can do this now that I have the new computer. My old one, it was terrible. I'm sorry the year isn't off to a great start. Hoping it gets better really soon. Maybe the beta feedback will help turn things around. I'm hoping. I hope what I wrote was not a total disaster. The few things I've seen so far have been good. So, no one said, oh, I hate this thing. I couldn't read any more of it. I haven't gotten that one yet. So, it makes me feel a little better that the couple people have said that they're really enjoying it. So that's always a good thing to hear, that people are enjoying your work. And being my first one, of course, I'm even more anxious probably than if it. But then again, maybe not. Maybe that happens every time you write one. I don't know. It's only my first one. And like I said, I'm working on a second one, which I'm probably going to have to try figuring out how to outline because I'm not sure I have enough information to write a book. I'm not going to go through the whole thing and then find out I got a 10,000 word story on my hands. That's what I'm trying to do, is write a sequel to what I just wrote. And so, it's hard to say. So I have a lot of things. Setting up a spreadsheet to track my information I get back from the beta readers, so I know what each particular subject people are saying. And I have to catch my blog up. It got behind. And I have to work on my planner / bullet journal. Not sure about the bullet journal part. I have one which is now pretty much just a try to learn on book because I can't even see the dots. And I'm trying to do things and it's really a mess. And I don't know how people can sit there and they write those tiny little calendars and they pull all those little tiny numbers in and they look so pretty. Mine don't. Mine are a mess. Maybe it just takes practice. I don't know. If you hear noise, I apologize. My neighbors are really loud right now. They probably got the door open, and since it's only a few feet from me, it's loud. So I'm getting ready to start a sprint. I'm going to, I don't know what to work on first. I'm ahead of, I like that one. It's like, you're ahead of me. I don't even make calendars anymore. Well, this is in the book bullet journal, right? And I see people doing it, and I'm like, oh, they're so pretty, and they do. Of course, I know they can speed things up when they do their videos, so maybe they're not writing as fast as they make it look. But they make these little tiny calendars with numbers on them. I'm like, I got a screwed up mess here. I tried doing one. I got a stencil that has all the months for this year on it. and you can, you know, draw the calendar and then just fill in the numbers. Not as easy as it looks. And I'm not sure that I really need it, because I want to make just one calendar slash planner slash bullet journal. I don't want to have a bunch of different books that I have to update. So I found this someplace, and I haven't seen them, so I don't know the quality. But for my happy planner, I found a person who sells dot pages for bullet journaling. So I ordered some, and I'm going to see. And if that's the case, I can put them right in my planner, and then I don't have to have two separate books. But I could still have the pages that you find in bullet journals. You know, I could make them up. I wouldn't have to, you know, customize them to my own thing, which is, you know, a lot of journals, you're stuck with whatever they put in them. With the bullet, with the happy planner, I can do, hi Shadows Layer. Headed to the shower, we'll be back, but wanted to make sure to stop in and say hi. Well, thank you very much, and hi back to you. Hope to see you shortly, if you get a chance to come back. If not, I'll see you the next time. I'm glad you stopped by to say hi. Thank you so much. So I've found that, you know, with that planner is easy to even make your own. I have a punch. I can make my own, but paper is too thin. I need a thicker paper, because if it's too thin, it's just going to fall out the way it's made. But I can make my own, and then you just have to make sure they're the right size, and you have to cut them out. So there is, you know, it's got the possibilities are there. Just have to learn how to use them. So, oh, nice. You're right. The journals and calendars on Authortubers do look really pretty. They do. You keep a very scatterbrained monthly goal calendar on Google, but that's it. Yeah, I don't even have that. Like, I have no monthly goals. I have no daily goals. I don't have goals. I don't keep track of my writing and how many words I put out each day. I don't do any of that. I mean, I started Millwordy, but then I got sick, and that just totally went bust, and I just gave up on that. I still have the spreadsheet. I mean, I might be able to salvage it and use it for something different, or the same thing, just kind of take out parts that I don't need. I don't know. I know enough about Excel sheets to mess with it. So I don't know. But I haven't learned how to keep track of things. And I do think, you know, having goals is a good idea. And I would like to have, like, pages where there's websites that I normally check all the time but can never remember the name of, you know, a page like that. Because you can make like in your bullet journal, you can make a list of contents and what page they happen to be on. The one I bought was super cheap. It came in a kit, and it has pages on it, page numbers already on it. Most of them are blank, so you make your own. So it already has page numbers on it, and so it doesn't matter where you put it in your planner. You just put the page in your table of contents page. Hey, Alley Cat. Nice to see you. We were just talking about planners and goals and stuff like that. How I'm trying to keep track of all my beta reader info that's starting to come in, so I know who, you know. I mean, obviously, if everybody says the same thing is wrong, I will have to think twice about it. I mean, I can override it as the writer. I can do whatever I want, but really, if a lot of people say that it's wrong, I really should think about that before overriding anything. But I'm new at beta reading, so I'm not really sure exactly how all this is going to go. But I'm trying to make a Excel spreadsheet so I can track it and be able to look at it and analyze it, you know, just instead of trying to open all these documents and try to figure it out. Oh my gosh. You know, because I know there's going to be different things in there. Because some may not use the questions, they might just put comments in there. Some may just put something in there says, oh, well, you know, it's fine. Like, I have no idea what people are going to do. And I have no control over what people are going to do. I mean, I put questions in there as a possibility to help them along, to get an idea of what they may want to look for when they're reading, which the thing I did a lot of research on beta reading, and that's what they suggest. So that's what I did. I added questions in there, but I told them that it is possible to put comments. So if you see something, you can highlight it and right-click on Google Docs, and it'll let you put a comment in, so you can put anything you want. I mean, you could put, you know, this sucks, this is great, this is wonderful, you forgot something, maybe you should read this way. I mean, there's so many things they could do. So it's totally open. You know, if they don't use questions and want to just use comments, that's fine too, but I need some way of keeping track of this stuff from the different, you know, different areas so that I can look at it and decide what I want to do. So, number one, I was going to set up a sprint, and I've been through this with some of you. I usually prefer 30-minute sprints. I know some people like shorter ones. Are you staying to write, Kate, or wasn't sure? And I'm not sure the tracker sheet feedback. Yeah, I think it would be a good idea. Your beta leads comments in the Google Docs, but it does get a bit hectic. Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking. And that's why I thought maybe, you know, for each section, I can put the comments that I get for each section, and I'll know, you know, like I said, if I get everybody saying, hey, this really is not a good idea, then, you know, I got an idea that, well, maybe this is not a good idea. That's what I figure. So yeah, I'm trying to create a tracker sheet in Excel right now, which is what I've been working on. Yep, I actually stayed up all night, so I started work early and finished early. I got 3K to write tonight. Okay, cool. Great. So unless there's an objection, going to do a 30-minute sprint. If you object, put the number you would prefer. I am very easygoing and go with what people want. Because I know most of my regulars are fine with the 30 minutes. And I don't usually, you know, change it unless we have new people. And then I always ask people, you know, if because some people I know don't like long ones. See, I can't do a 10 or 15-minute because it seems like I no sooner find where I want to be and start to think, and then the timer goes off. I find them too short. 20, 25 is not so bad. I really prefer 30. So I usually do 30s, but I am definitely aware of my people, and, you know, if anybody objects, I can change it. It's not a big issue. But I will not do 10 or 15-minute sprints. I just can't do it. To me, it's a waste of time. So, all right. Looks like everybody's fine. So let me see here. I'm going to set up my first sprint. And first sprint. Okay. Allie Cat says, I have to go do a few things, but I'll still be in the stream. We'll come back and talk again after the sprint. Good luck, everyone. Okay, fine. Thanks for letting me know, Allie. Talk to you later. Okay, so let me get our stream started. Now that Amber helped me with how to do this, it's so much easier. Definitely much easier. Okay, we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, Amber Craft was the one who helped me with the timer. I kept going all the way out and forgetting to share. And she goes, you don't have to do that. She told me how to do it. I'm like, oh, perfect. This is perfect. Okay, so I managed to talk to myself more and more. So I'm going to mute myself, which means I will probably forget to unmute myself. So don't be surprised to see me talking and you can't hear me, because I don't always remember to unmute myself, just as a warning. So I'll see you in 30 minutes. Hey, Lizzie. How are you? I just remembered to unmute myself. The sprint's just about to end. Lizzie says, sorry I couldn't make last week. I was finishing my book on my own time, and then when you're in the car a lot. I do remember you were on a book deadline last week, writing for quite a frenzy you were in that. I gather you finished it on time, which is a good thing. So I'm glad for you. Very good. This is going to run out in a minute, and I will take the timer down. And let's see what else. I'm also on break from writing for the month to work on my blog, so I really can't wait to write an idea I've had for 2 years. Well, they say breaks are good. I have an idea also that I have, which is a sequel to the one I just wrote, and I'm thinking about trying to outline, not an outliner, but trying to put the ideas down before I forget them. And if you don't have those ideas at least written down, you might want to write yourself a few notes at least so you don't forget, because that's what I'm afraid to end up happening, because then I'm going to end up forgetting. End up forgetting, and then I don't want to do that, and it's already sort of fading, so I need to actually put some notes down, if nothing else. I'm not quite ready to write another novel or an outline even, but I'm afraid the stuff's going to fade from my memory. It's not a very good memory. Okay, so during that sprint, I am working on an Excel document where I can track all my beta readers' replies. So I have an idea who is thinking what, if several people agree or disagree, just so I have the information so that I can look at it and get an idea. The hardest part is setting up the Excel spreadsheet, because sometimes I do things the long roundabout way when I could have done it much simpler. So I really don't know if this is one of these occasions where I'm doing it the long roundabout way, but we'll see. I've got some starting to come in, so I don't know if they're sending the whole thing or if it's just sending bits and pieces at a time as they read. I'm not sure. I haven't actually looked at them to see what's going on. I'm actually a little afraid to look. I mean, I don't think it was a really horrid story, but part of me is a little worried. So that's what I did. I spent the whole time on that spreadsheet trying to set that up. And let's see. Lizzie says it's a young adult romance about poetry and a girl poet who doesn't share her work, sharing it with another secret poet who turns out to be her enemy. One of the writer's greatest fears come true. Sharing her work with somebody who steals it. Terrible. Lizzie says hi to Jen. Kay says she organized all her video editing clips into folders, and now I'm clipping audio. Wow. That's organized. I haven't even downloaded my editing programs onto my new computer yet. I haven't even got that far. I don't really know exactly how to use all that stuff. So when I post a video, if there's a mistake, it stays. If it's a really bad mistake, I redo the video. Like today, I was trying to do one of those shorts. They're not easy. They're not easy. You're going to try to get your point across and not go over a minute. Like looking at the thing, and I'm like, oh, another one over a minute. Oh, another one over a minute. Trying to, and some of it was because I was saying things that I realized I just simply cannot put in a short. Kind of make it as short as possible, which is something that is becoming new on YouTube because of TikTok. So now they're pushing these shorts, and they have to be vertical. So of course my camera does not fit in my tripod vertically because it's new and bigger than my old one. My old one fit. This one was too big, so I had to find something else to hold my phone while I made the video. So I'm not sure how great a video it was, and it is the first one, and I did it about, I don't know, 5 or 6 times before I got it under a minute, and I still have to check and see if it makes sense. Trying to get all of one idea into less than 60 seconds. You can't put a bunch of, it's not like you can go in and put intros and outros and stuff in there because that would take you over your time. So unless you have a super, super short to put in an intro or something, it's kind of hard to do that. I'm definitely not organized when it comes to video clips or audio or anything like that. Even if I can figure out how to add it to my videos. I'm still learning that stuff. So, sounds like you got a lot done, Kate. Good job. So that was our first sprint for the night. Yeah, I didn't realize I started typing on this comment thing down here, and I'm typing away. And then I go and post it, and it like just split it. I'm like, what the heck? So it doesn't warn you, like if you're on the regular comments, it tells you how many characters you have and you're about to run out. It does not warn you. It does not say you can't post it. It just posts it in 2 pieces or 3 pieces or whatever amount of pieces. So that's something I learned today. I was wondering what the heck happened to my thing. Jen says we all sound so productive today. Considering the last couple of days have been so bad, I need a productive day. I need to get something done. For sure. I was on a couple streams. Last night it was in Mars. For most of it, anyhow. I think I was a little late. I was trying to get there on time, but I think I was a little late. So I was Mars reading part of her new story. Sounds really interesting. Horror, of course. She put some of it in here too, I think. You want to go back and read. So, she's writing for a new anthology, I think she said. You know, the funny thing is, I love horror, and my first and most favorite writer is Stephen King. But I find writing horror a lot harder. And I surprised myself with this thriller, mystery, suspense story thing that I liked it a lot more than I thought I would. So maybe I've got a new niche. Because horror doesn't seem to be working well for me. And I don't like fantasy. So, yeah, I think thrillers are definitely interesting. And they're one of the things I love to read now. That's my new thing. I read it. I will read a horror book occasionally and horror stories, but I'm not searching them out like I did when I first started reading. When I first started reading, that was my big thing. Lizzie said, I almost quit writing this week. I have a problem that is getting out of hand. The only thing that works is pursuing the unhealthy feelings. I saw a little bit of that last night on Lars' stream, Lizzie. I was sorry to hear. I was really sorry to hear what was going on. And you do have some unhealthy feelings that you need to work on. And you know that. Lizzie said, I almost made plans to sabotage someone who publishes and does well in my dream market, since readers only go to them in the YA romance world. I'm ridiculous. That is so bad, Lizzie. And you are so better than that. You don't want to do that. And what if you did it? And what if it worked and you ruined this person's publishing career? How would you feel? And it sure wouldn't make you feel great to write a novel that somebody now likes because you got rid of the competition, as you say it. I'm sure you're not going to do something like that. You are much better than that. You can write, Lizzie. You know you can write. You don't need to sabotage other people. Ridiculous. Like spelling. Well, we all do that at times. But like Lizzie says, we're not here to whine, though. Very good. That's very good to hear. Lizzie says, for some reason, being upset about this Authortubers who fuels me to keep writing, and it makes me want to give up at the same time. I don't know why I work this way. One thing, you're still young. You've got a lot to learn. And I think you need to be easier on yourself because you are still young and you are still learning. And even I, at almost 65, am still learning. Believe me. It's a long process and it doesn't just go away. And we all have feelings like that. Hi to Mama. Nice to see you. Jen says hi to Mama. Lizzie says, I don't want to take anyone's dreams away. Good. I'm glad to hear that. And I want you to keep your dreams and work on your dreams. Dreams are what keep us going. Dreams are good to have, but don't hurt somebody else. You'll never make yourself feel better. If you were to do that, you would ruin your life too. So no. Remember that. You don't want to do that. You don't want to take anyone's dreams away. You follow your own dreams. Lizzie says hi to Mama. Jen says you recognize that, Lizzie. That's the important part. Definitely. Definitely. Lizzie says, I'm glad I know where the feelings are coming from so I can work to deal with them. Knowing the root of things is always important. Yes, it is. And you're working through that. And I'm glad to see that. And I'm sure you'll do the right thing. Once you sit and think about it, I'm sure you'll do the right thing. Because where would it be the satisfaction of wiping out your competition? Use that competition. Use it to fuel your desires to write. I think you'll appreciate it more. Jen says, I wish I had an inkling of that knowledge at your age. Oh, me too. I had no idea what was wrong with me, and I understand a lot now. I'm also a lot older now. I've been through a lot of stuff, but at her age, I didn't know anything. I was just a teenager who was bullied at school and not liked by most of the people in school, except for the nerds and, you know, the unpopular crowd. And that was no fun. Definitely no fun. But I had no reason no knowledge as to why I was the way I was. Of course, back then they didn't know anything much about mental illness. It is something that is now available. Lizzie says, I'm thinking of watching the video about their income reports and methods so I can learn from them and grow. There you go. You know, that's something I have not the faintest idea about. I look at my stats page, the analytics, I'm like, makes nothing, makes no idea whatsoever. I do believe Charlie and Natalie Locke are supposed to be putting together a set of videos to help people understand after the new year. So hopefully they'll be putting something out that might help those of us who struggle with that, because I don't understand the analytic part at all. So Mama says, oh God, I don't even want to think back on being a teenager. Yeah, all right. Lizzie says, when you're homeschooled, you learn a lot from yourself and YouTube. Yeah, she's used. See, that's the other thing is she's homeschooled. So she doesn't have like the interaction with other teenagers going on. And I'm not so sure in some cases that it's a good thing or not. Because you don't learn how to deal with situations. Because you don't have to deal with it at home. Jen agrees with the mama. I do too. Yep. Definitely. Wouldn't want to do that over again for nothing. All right. I've caught up on the comments. Getting ready to start the second sprint. So let's see. Second sprint. And we're going to go for 30 minutes like we have been. I don't think there's anybody here who's not used to my normal way of doing it. So I'm going to set the second sprint up. Lizzie says, I started off from growing from them and really loved how inspiring they were. But then after they hit 1K subs and their third book did well, it went downhill. I hate that I disliked them now. Well, I kind of think part of that's normal, to be jealous of other people who have something you want and don't have. I don't think that's totally unrealistic. Lizzie, I love teaching myself, just not in biology. Are you going to dissect the frog? That's what we had to do in biology. Dissect the frog. I got sick that day. I said, no way I'm cutting into a frog. It's not happening. Just not happening. Okay, Jen's got the room code up. And let me get my phone. Let's see here. All right. Room code. My favorite one. Cool. Lizzie says, no frog things. I have the tools, but it would be hard to do it myself. Cool, though. Mm. There was no way I was cutting a frog open. No way. I don't even like touching frogs. Somebody put one in my hands when I was, my brother, I thought he was being smart. He says, here, hold this thing, put it in my hand. And I tossed that frog hundreds of feet straight up in the air into the trees. I don't know even what happened to the poor thing. Like, I am not touching that. Why did you do that to me? That was a brother thing, though, you know. You know how it is with siblings sometimes. Lizzie says, I hate doing that by myself. In school, I was forced on teams that didn't want me. Last team treated me like I was too. I never liked the team stuff either because I was a better student and I would get stuck with somebody that wasn't. And like our grade was based on our combination of our work. And I'm like, why should I have to take a grade because they can't do something? And so one of them, I said, here's the deal. You do the typing. I'll do the research paper. I'll write it. I'll research it. I'll do the whole thing. All you have to do is type it. And we got a straight A for the project. But if I had let her do anything on the project, we would not have gotten an A. And I didn't want that grade on there because she couldn't do something. I just did not like that team stuff. Labs are cool, just not meant for me with the group of group things. Yeah, okay. All right, let's get started. Oh, got down here. Add it back to the stream. Okay. 30 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so I kind of got my Excel document set up. I'm not sure if I need to add anything more to it or not, so I actually try using it. But then I started working on my blog posts. Right now I'm going through all the comments that have grown, and since I've last looked at it, I have to deal with. So let's see what we got here. I noticed this earlier. I didn't get a chance to say anything. One time there was a frog in my mom's car, and it went from under her seat to my sister's lap while we were driving. My sister's scarred for life now. I'm so sorry to hear that. And I can imagine, even if she didn't have the problem she had, that would scare me too, because I'm terrified of frogs. So I'm sorry that happened. Let's see. All right, we did read that. That was mine. Okay, Lizzie says that might help. Really, everything is on YouTube. I would look for it. If you really want to do it and you want to be a surgeon, look up dissecting. I think there's other things that they dissect besides just frogs. But you could, you could learn and see if that is something you would like to do. Being a surgeon would be a lot of hard work. Definitely hard work. Okay, so we're there. Now I move down. Cat is back and eating dinner. Very good. Dinner sounds good. I ate around 6 o'clock, so I'm getting ready for another meal. That was my first meal of the day. Jen's hi to Allie. Mama says hi to Allie. Allie says, I took a shower and don't have my headphones on currently because I don't want to get them wet. So won't be able to hear anything for a bit. Okay. Gotcha. Lizzie says, it's kind of funny though. The way she reacts is priceless. She always laughs about it after. That's good, I think. Mama's trying to get this video done so I can work on a short story idea, and I'm getting there. Good going. Glad to hear that you're got a short story idea you're ready to get working on. That's good. And the video, wow, that videos are so hard. I did my first short. I haven't posted it yet. I tried to do the video part of it, and it was hard keeping things under 60 seconds, and it has to be upright. And of course, when you know, the adapter I got for my tripod is made for the old phones, and my iPhone 12 is much bigger, so it doesn't fit. So she'll see me trying to find some way of doing it, and I hope it looks all right. Doesn't make me look weird, I'm not sure. But I finally think I got it under a minute. I must have done 5 or 6 of them trying to get something under a minute. Very hard to do. Not so easy. Allie says, I'll be watching and reading the comments. Okay. Allie says hello to Jen. Ah, Shadow's Lair. Weird. I was kicked from the stream. Well, that's strange. But that's YouTube and StreamYard for you. Could have been either one of them. Or both of them combined. They both do weird things sometimes. Nice to see you back. Jen says hi. And Shadow says hi back to Jen. Okay. Kate says, I've been cutting audio clips, Lord, there's so many. Useful stuff, but good Lord. Audio clips. I gather so you can use in video making, that you're cutting all these clips out. And then you said you did video, and it sounds like a lot of work, especially for me who doesn't even know how to do editing yet. I can't even imagine trying to cut out clips out of something. I would have a lot. I have a lot of learning to do before I'm ready for any of that stuff. Kate says, I'll get to the writing as soon as I finish chunking these out. Take your time. Do what you have to do. Lizzie says, I've been kicked from streams too, and sometimes my legs don't go through. Excuse me, I get hiccups again. YouTube is weird. Yes, YouTube is weird, and sometimes it's actually StreamYard. We blame it on YouTube, but sometimes it is StreamYard that does these things. I don't know anything about Twitch. I know a lot of people are switching to Twitch. I don't know if it's any better than StreamYard or not, or any harder or anything about it. I've never even seen an actual an actual stream done on Twitch. I know a lot of people though are switching over to Twitch. I may end up having to do so just out of necessity, but as of right now, I'm still using StreamYard. Allie says something about the struggle of editing. I know I find it very difficult. I see all these nicely, prepared videos, and I want my videos to be like that. And I'm like, I don't have the time. I know I've got the same 24 hours that everybody else has, but I don't seem to use it well. And it's like I spend so much time sleeping because of this darn sleep apnea. I'm hoping that this machine will eventually help. Last night was a total disaster. My first night on the machine. It doesn't fit right. And doctor, who I told him I need small because my head is small. We went through this whole thing. He orders me a small mask part, this part, but the headgear, where my head is also small, he ordered a medium. So the thing keeps sliding all over my head. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I can't believe you did this. So the sleep center says she will order me a smaller one. But it still may not be small enough. I told them I need a child size. Can't seem to get through to people. They just don't listen to me. Shadow got 17 words. That's good. Any progress is good. Progress is progress. Allie said the. The struggle of editing, yeah. Shadow says, I don't have a computer that I can use Twitch or any live streaming program. I'm thinking that's what you mean. You know what when I started out, you know what I was using? A Chromebook. It actually does work on a Chromebook. If you have a Chromebook, they're pretty cheap. I didn't have the money to buy a computer, so I bought a Chromebook at the time and really hated it, but I was able to do streaming on it. And of course, as far as streaming, I use StreamYard, and you just go to StreamYard.com and start there. They let you practice on their program before you go live. You can actually practice with it. You can set up different things if you, of course, want to pay for it. If you just want the free version, you don't really have a lot of choices. Of course, you know, you gotta pay for that privilege. Let's see here. But I use this a Chromebook. If you have access to an old Chromebook, you can use that and use StreamYard, and it works fine. Lizzie says, I don't have a channel, not only because of my living situation, but also because it takes so much time just to make a bad video. A good video takes forever. Yeah, my videos are mediocre at best because I'm not very good with editing programs and I haven't learned much about them. So I'm still working on it. Jen says 800. Yay, Jen. Getting closer to that 1,000. She says, I am back. Good to hear. Good, good, good. All right, Lizzie says, I film home videos that turn out badly. I know the struggle. My Beanie Boo videos are never seen on my today. Oh, gosh. Beanie Boo. Oh, boy. Can't vlog either, and everyone seems to love, I don't know if it's vlog or vlog. I have a hard time because I always get confused and say blog because I'm a blogger. So I mean to say vlog and I say blog. Everyone seems to love vlogging. I only write in 2 places. Yeah, I don't know half the time what mine are considered. If they're vlogs or I don't know the difference between it. I just do them. I don't worry about what they call them. Lizzie says, I can only vlog vacations if we do enough. We usually don't. Now, there's a lot of people out there, surprisingly, watch that stuff. You know, I was surprised about how many people love, you know, the blogs done by people of their family life. They go on every day and they just do their family life. And I was amazed that they go over well. One guy says, you know, I was amazed. I monetized it, and he's making money from his, not a lot, but he's making money from his small blog of his family. And it's like, blog, not blog, sorry. And yeah, people love those things for some reason. Tamama says, I don't think these videos are anything special, to be honest, but they're fun to me. Hey, if it's fun, it's fun. I like it. I'm just not very good at it. And I would like to be better at it. And one of these days, if I ever get myself in some kind of schedule and actually not spend my entire life sleeping, maybe I'll learn how to edit and do other things. I can try. I knew you meant places, Lizzie. Some things are easy to figure out. Lizzie says, plus my teeth are so bad they can't be shown on camera. They will gross people out. Oh boy. No comment. Kate says, to Alley Cat, too true. I've been detaching audio too, so that's fun to keep track of. I'm not sure what that is. Exactly. Like I said, I would love to learn how to edit. I bought a couple expensive audio editing programs, but I couldn't even do anything until I found this one. It was you could use it free for certain things. I paid for, I got to pull the paperwork out because I have to download these things and put them back on this computer. But I started learning a little bit on it because they said anybody could make a video on there. And I did learn how to add intros and outros, and I was able to do that. But I never learned how to be able to cut things out or any of that. I mean, it was just too much. But I did manage to use my expensive program a couple times once I got the cheaper program to help me understand how it worked, I was able to go into the other program and do a little bit of the same thing. But it's still a lot of work, and I'm not, like I said, I still can't cut things out and whatnot. So adding an intro or an outro is certainly not a big fancy thing. Lizzie says her teeth equal drug addicts' teeth. Not exactly sure what that means, but okay. And they're so tiny and hurt a lot. Lizzie, at your age, it's possible you're getting those, the molars in the back, wisdom teeth. They start coming in when you're a teenager, and if your mouth is not big enough to hold those teeth, they're going to hurt you trying to come through, and you might have to have them pulled. I had to have mine pulled. 2 out of my 3 kids had to have theirs done. So it's something to keep in mind. Let your parents know if they're hurting you that bad, because they need to be checked. Because if those wisdom teeth are coming in and they don't have enough room, you're going to unfortunately, have them pulled out. And I know you don't want to hear that. But unless you want to hurt, really hurt, not to mention mess up your mouth, because all your teeth are going to start turning sideways and whatnot, trying to come in. And take it from me, whose mouth is a mess, that was no fun. And my teeth are a little bit better, straighter now that they have room in them, but it was difficult. Key says, I'm working on Memoir right now, but I've been fiddling with Audacity for audio stuff too. Memoir is the one that they recommended I use because they said it's so basic, anyone can do it. So that's the one I was starting to learn on, but I bought Pinnacle. Got Pinnacle version 23. Very fancy, very expensive program, and I have absolutely no idea what to do with it. I bought Help, which I have not used, so I'm wasting money there too. But I have several years that I purchased it with a bundle, and so I just need to get it loaded onto this computer and start, because I couldn't run it on my old computer. There was no room. I just couldn't work. There was nothing, there was no room to do anything on there. So Memoir is one of the easier programs, definitely, to use. You have gingivitis, okay, but you could also, at your age, have wisdom teeth coming in. So have them check that out if possible the next time you go in to see a dentist, because it is very painful if there's no room in your mouth for them, because they'll try to come out and they'll just start pushing things all over till your teeth are turning sideways trying to get room and whatnot. I don't know how to get rid of it. I didn't think it was serious until I noticed my teeth crashed into my bottom ones. I don't know a lot about gingivitis, so I can't help you with that. But I would definitely check into the wisdom teeth, because you're about the right age to start having them come in. Alley Cat says to Kate, crazy. That can be a challenge too. Yeah. Audio. Definitely. Okay, so the video clips I'm using are good, but some of them have audio bits I want to splice into another audio clip. So I'm separating the audio from the video so I can move it around as I need. Yeah, I've seen things on that in videos, but I really don't understand a lot of that. It's a lot of work, and I don't understand either. So I mean, I see a lot of things that people do with video, and I think, wow, I wish I could do that, you know, and it's like, maybe someday. Not right now, obviously. He says to Allie, Kat, honestly, the hardest thing is just staying organized and keeping all this stuff straight. I think that's the same with anything, trying to keep it all organized. You have to figure out the organization system that works best for you. I mean, I'm terrible when it comes to organization, both in my paper files and in my video, you know, files and, you know, online files. You know, setting up something so I can find something again. I'm not very smart when it comes to that. Unfortunately, causes me a lot of issues. So Mama says the worst thing is deleting a clip and realizing it is also deleted something it was linked to. Yeah, I can imagine that is definitely a problem. That would really, that would sink. Kay says, oh my God, that's the worst. Yeah, I can imagine reading something you didn't realize you were deleting. Okay, well, I think it's time to start another sprint. So let's get ready for sprint number 3, right? Let me get back on here. Make sure. Yeah, sprint number 3. Okay, so we're going to do the 3rd sprint. Need our tree code. I wiped most of them out the other day. I think I bought a weeping willow tree and it wiped all my. I have to build up again. All right, let's see. Oh, I don't even have my glasses on again. Look at me. Let's see what I can do without them. They're probably behind me. Actually saw it. That's kind of interesting. That's a neat tree. Okay. So here's the code in case anyone else wanted to join. I didn't notice if anybody else was joining or not. There's the tree code. Oh, there's so many things I want to do. I got lists of things and I'm like jumping all over the place. And like, I have to get myself organized. I keep saying that, but I don't do it. And it's like, I have ADHD and I can't stay focused long on anything. And I just tend to drift away. It's hard for me sometimes to keep track here. Except that timer goes off, then I can hear it. Then I'm like, oh my gosh. Okay. I don't think anybody else here is joining, so we're going to put the timer back up. We set it for 30 minutes, and we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Hi, BA. Nice to see you again. Just starting a sprint now. I was talking about my planner earlier and all the stuff and how I was trying to make one planner with everything in it. And then I found a place to order. I don't know what they look like yet, so I don't have them. So I won't suggest them until I know. But they said they sell the dotted pages like you use in bullet journals. And if that's the case, I can make my classic happy planner also a bullet journal. And then I don't have to worry about 2 books. So we'll see. Yeah. They're talking about the accidentally deleting important footage. Definitely a problem. Okay. I'm going into mute mode. Hopefully won't forget when it comes time. Don't forget to start the tree, Jan. Lizzie says, put my videos on my computer and don't delete anything until all the video is done on the program. Okay, makes sense. If I delete someone on the program, I can always get it back from my files. That's always a good idea, to not delete anything until you're sure you're done with it. I tend to accumulate stuff, and it's like, I made that video already. It's done. It's over. Why am I still keeping this file? I don't need it. Jen said I got the talking. Well, I understand that. It happens. But it started now, so we're good. All right. Back on mute. I'm going. We get this off of here. Okay. Okay. I managed to write 236 words on 2 blog posts. Pulled up a third one that I'm going to work on. So I actually got some words. I don't usually count my words. But I got 236 words on 2 blog posts. So they're on the blog. But I'm doing the weekly ones so far that I have. And I missed several last week. I didn't do them all. But, you know. Let's see. Oh, let's see. Just stopping by to drop a quick like. Want to be spreading the sage soon at their channel, Moon Bunny Creative. Happy writing, everyone. Thank you very much, Melanie, for stopping by. I probably missed you. No, by now you're already gone. Looks like it was right after I went into my writing. Got involved, wasn't paying attention to what was in. Didn't have the. When I'm doing that, I can't have the comments up. So yeah, I missed some of the comments that way. I missed that. But it was nice of Melanie to stop by. Okay, Tristan. BA says, I fought with my internet again. Might I stress the word again? Yeah, you have been having quite a bit of problems with the internet over the last week or so. I've been seeing that on my in my comments and others' comments quite often. So yeah, sorry to hear that. If I start fighting with mine, I have to resort to calling the company because I don't know anything about fixing the internet. So don't know. So what are the rest of you up to? Kay says she's still fitting with the audio. Okay. Chen says, I feel like I pay a small fortune for my internet and it's wonky most of the time. Yeah, internet is extremely expensive. I don't watch right now much TV, so it could be wonky for all I know. As long as my internet is working, that's my main concern. The TV, well, I feel like watching TV, fine, you know. And there's a phone connected in that bundle, but I don't even use that phone. It just rings. I don't give anybody the number and it rings nonstop. That's all the spam junk out there. But yeah, internet, to get the internet is so expensive. And when it's not working, it's really aggravating. Especially if it's not something you know how to fix. So I know Charlie's always trying to fix theirs. PA says, so glad I turned off deep focus mode on the Forest app. Well, that was nice of you. I don't put deep focus mode on because I don't want to be the one who kills the tree. I don't do it with the deep focus. That way, if I have to do something or somebody calls me, and this is the time of the night, you know, my kids are apt to call me or text me or something. So it's just as well they don't do deep focus. Yeah, I hate deep focus mode. I don't turn it on. I mean, that's for the people that are really determined to use it for productivity and, you know, They know they did something wrong if they kill their tree. And it's especially bad if you're in a group in a room and you're the one who kills the tree. It's like, no, not turning it on. Not me. Nope, nope, nope. Definitely not me. Not getting involved in that. Earlier, I had neighbors come over to use my computer, and of course, as will happen, things ended up getting turned off and changed while they were trying to do something. And I came back and I'm like, what did they do? And good thing I came early enough so I could get it set up for my live stream, because they had turned everything. I mean, I had all these things, you know, I get 50 million things open across the top of my thing. I mean, obviously I had way too many things open. Well, thanks to them, nothing was open. Everything was closed, and I had to go through and I had to open the few things I definitely needed, and things like, you know, StreamYard, that kind of stuff. So my Word is closed, my Excel was closed. Thank God I saved everything, because they closed everything. But since these people help me all the time, they're there for me. I'm not going to say, no, you can't use my computer, because they've been so helpful during all these problems. I've been having these medical problems. They've been great. So, you know, I would never say, no, you can't use the computer, but they could have done something if I hadn't saved everything. I don't know I don't know how they managed to shut everything down. They did. BA says, yes, Jen Mooney, I feel the same way, and it seems like every few they advertise a new package with upgrade, with it being better and faster. It's so frustrating. Well, I'm on my first package. It is up sometime around April or May, I guess. That would be my first 2-year contract. Now, I'm using Fios right now, which for some people may not want it. That's Verizon. And I was using, I don't know how widespread it was. With my dad, he had Comcast, which they called Xfinity. And I'm really not sure whether, you know, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they're all way too expensive and they all have issues. Xfinity likes to say they're better. And, you know, they always put these things out saying, oh, we have this, this, and this, and Fios doesn't have that. Like, you know, I know you guys are all lying, because they do that to get people. So, every few months, yeah, they advertise a new package, which you're not able to get if you locked into a contract with them for 2 years, which is, I think, the norm. So my 2 years will be up around April or May or somewhere around then. I don't know the exact time. I don't know if I'm going to go. It was such a hassle having it installed here in this building, because they had to get into places where I had to go get the superintendent, and that wasn't easy finding him. And it's like, look, she needs to get into, you know, certain parts of the building that are locked and we don't have access to. And I mean, he obviously was used to it because it's set up that way, but they have to get in there. And I don't think I want to go through all that again. So I'll probably just remain with the company I'm with. I mean, I haven't had a lot of issues with it, so it's cost. I mean, I got a special being, you know, my first time, but I can only imagine how much it's going to cost. And I got everything. But I have a feeling I'm going to have to cut out most of what I have now, because Can I imagine what regular price is? I mean, I got everything as part of pretty much, not as part of the package. I paid extra, but it was so cheap that I added all the things I wanted because of course, everything I wanted was in a different package. So the only way to do it was to get everything. So it is quite expensive. So I don't know exactly what I'm going to do. But I'll probably just stay where I'm at. I usually go with whatever's the least resistance because I hate fighting with things like that. I don't like dealing with it. And like I said, I know if I decide to switch, that means that person coming in from the other company is going to need to get to the same places this one had to do. Because I live in a high-rise building, and all the stuff is in certain rooms for this kind of stuff. It's like, not your individual apartment. I mean, certain stuff, yes, is in my apartment, but there's a lot of stuff they have to do that's in these locked rooms. So you have to have the superintendent unlock the door and let them in. I'm not sure I want to go through all that again. I haven't been super upset with it. And right now, it's mainly the internet I'm using. And if there's some way to drop that stupid phone off, I don't. The only thing I use that phone for is when I can't find my cell phone and I call it to listen for it to ring. And a couple times when I called Verizon because my cell phone was having a problem and I couldn't use my cell phone and they needed me to be on a landline in order to help me with my cell phone. Those were the only times I have had a use for that telephone. It came as part of the package, but I don't know how much money all this is going to cost when I get to the end of my 2 years. Okay. So, did you get anything written, Chin? I don't remember seeing anything on here. Chen says I had True Bill negotiate my bill down a bit for me, but not enough. Haven't heard of that. Is that part of your internet thing? I mean, sometimes you can go on it and call them and say, look, I'm leaving you. What do you got to offer me to make me stay? And sometimes, depending on who you talk to, you might get offered a deal. It might be worth, And I don't like doing those kind of things. So I was pissed off at Verizon the other day that I was yelling at them. I said, I've been a customer for over 20 years, and I never once thought about leaving, but I am so pissed off at you right now. I want to leave. I am looking up companies now. I am so pissed off. It's like, no, I didn't plan on going anywhere, but I was just so pissed off at them. They actually hurt my back. Right after I had that injection, there was a package downstairs. And I'm like, why do I have a package downstairs? What Mail told me. So I go downstairs and I thought, they must have forgot to send me something from my cell phone. So I leaned over to pick up the box off the floor thinking it was light, and it was heavy, extremely heavy. And I just had the injection in my back. And oh my God, it hurt so bad. And I was sitting there talking to these people. I was crying. I says, you have hurt me pretty bad. And I said, what makes it worse? It was for something that wasn't for me. And they're trying to tell me I ordered it. I said, I did not order this. I don't own a battery backup. They sent me this huge battery, very heavy. Those big 9-volt batteries, they go in the flashlights. Well, this thing is at least that size, and it was heavy. And I'm like, you hurt me. I said, I picked that thing up off the floor thinking it was light. You don't warn anybody that it's heavy. And then you tell me to throw it away. You don't care what I do with it. And I'm like, those have to be recycled. So I was like really pissed off. I talked to the supervisor and everything. So they're sending me a label to send it back, UPS. It doesn't cost me anything, and UPS will come pick it up. But I was just so mad at them about that whole thing that, and when I called the second time, because I didn't get the label, the person says, oh, the note on here says, because they tried telling me the automated system ordered it. I said, why would the automated system order it? And two, I didn't call the automated system. This is the first time I've called you guys. So what are you talking about? Well, the guy was an idiot. So was the supervisor. So this person says, there's a note here that the tech put in a repair because your backup system wasn't working and you needed a new battery. I said, well, here's the thing. I don't have a backup system. I didn't call you on December 19th or a tech to call you on December 19th to order a battery for something I don't have. So there's somebody out there waiting for their battery who hasn't gotten it because you dumb idiots sent it to me. For how you managed to screw it up, I don't know. This person was nice. So they said, it's on its way. It'll be there soon. I said, I hope so. I want it off my table. It's taking up enough room now. Let me put the code up there in case somebody else does want to put it in too. I just, some people are so stupid. Now, why didn't the first person tell me that note was on there? And I could have said, oh, wait a minute, we probably got a customer out there right now who's angry that they haven't gotten their battery, and you send it to me somehow and tell me that the tech repair called it in. Not for me, they didn't. I don't know exactly what happened there. So, oh, good sunflowers. So, that was just one of those stupid things. And Jen says it is an app that helps with money and stuff, and part of that is negotiating bills. Interesting. It's an app. Well, that's it. I am not an app person, so that would explain part of that. It's an app. I don't do apps very often, let's put it that way. Truebill. Maybe I'll look into it. Jen says, I'm trying my cell phone bill now. That's ridiculous. Oh, yeah. Between the cell phone and the internet, that's a lot of money. It went down some when I bought the new phone. Because the new packages they had for data are cheaper than the old ones. So it did go down some when I bought the new phone. But of course I had to pay the phone off. But I had device dollars, so the device dollars paid almost all that phone off. So it actually worked out in my favor to buy that new phone. Otherwise I would not have been probably buying a new cell phone at this point. Kay says, yep, I've had both Cox and Fios, and I could barely tell a difference. Same issues with cutting in and out and having too many people on the network. Yeah. Yep. Definitely. And Tamama is back from washing the dishes. Yay. One thing out of the way. Good for you. Jen says, I am paying down devices and everything. I cry when I see the bill. Yeah. I mean, that's one of the things, like I know, like I don't know, I may have mentioned it on here to some of you. My children are trying to get me into a nursing home. They don't like the fact that I'm living alone. They don't, and they have a valid point. Too many things have happened, and I could have died a few times because I am alone. And, you know, so they, you know, I have a lot of medical issues, and I see their point, but I'm not quite 65 years old. I don't want to go into a nursing home at this point in my life. I wouldn't be able to have anything. What would I do? Sit there and watch TV all day long? Whoop-boo. You know, I want my computer. I love my computer. I have my cell phone. I couldn't pay the cell phone because all my money would go to the nursing home. Medicaid would take everything, but I think you get $50 a month for, you know, incidentals. You might want to go to the candy, you know, machine or something like that. And, you know, if you need to buy something that you need and family needs to get for you or whatever, that's all you get to keep out of your money. I take everything else. Here's to get over, man. I don't know how long that was like that. But I don't want to go to a nursing home at this point. My dad's in one now. He's 88 years old. That's okay. Bad enough. Man, unfortunately, needs the medical help. He had a stroke and it wiped out his brain. He's brain damage from that stroke. He's now got dementia on top of it. So, you know, there wasn't anything we could do. We had to put him in a nursing home. But now my kids are trying to put me in a nursing home. And I'm like, you know, I'm not ready. I may be having all these issues, but I don't want to go in a nursing home. Well, that's the thing, Jen. You know, in a way they are right. And this program I'm on in Medicaid is for people who are certified by the state. I'm already certified the state as needing nursing home care. So it's already there. And the Medicaid I have will pay for me to go into a Medicaid nursing home. Certainly not going to be luxury. It's going to be Medicaid, state run, not very great place like my dad is in. You know, he's on Medicaid now. You know, they're paying his bill. I mean, his bill's $10,000 some a month. I get like $6,600 from my Medicaid or something like that. But I guess it's based on the different people. So the program I'm in is made to try and help me stay on my own. Hence, I get a aid. I get meals delivered. What else? Oh, they pay for my medical alert button, which I've used several times. And it's great because they immediately dial the EMTs and then they call your family members for you. You don't have to worry about that when you're in the middle of an issue. And if you don't speak, they will automatically send somebody. So, like, say, you know, I passed out. It's got fall protection on it, and I fall, and I passed out, and they don't answer them. They're going to send me EMTs automatically. I mean, they won't wait for me to say, hey, send me help. So, you know, we're doing as much as possible to keep it so that I don't have to go into a nursing home. But a part of me understands why they want me safely tucked away with people taking care of me. Can you move to an apartment building where there is people available for help if needed? That's assisted living, and with assisted living, they will pay part of the bill, but only the medical part. They won't pay the rent for wherever you want to live. So even if you got a room, another person, and that's all you had, it would cost whatever, you know, amount of money. And these assisted living places are expensive. And all they'll pay is the medical part. They won't pay for that. So your family has to pay for you, or your family has to pay to live in those buildings. So that's not an option. So my option is a nursing home, or to continue the way things are going. And Every time I go to the hospital again, the doctors look at each other when I say I live alone. I already know what they think. I know what my kids think. They make themselves quite loud on the subject of what they think. And part of me understands. But realistically, do I want to do that? I mean, I know what's going to happen. I'm not going to have my computer. I'm going to lie in this bed all day with a TV. That's going to be the rest of my life. Not that with all the problems I have, I don't know how long my life is going to be. I have a lot of medical issues that are unfortunately liable to cut my lifetime down. I have to worry about my eyes. If I go blind because I'm diabetic, I have diabetic neuropathy. The doctors already warned me that at any time I could go blind. You can't predict when, but at any time I could go blind. Not a happy thought, but if I go blind, obviously I'm not going to be living alone. And, there's just too many things. So I'm kind of stuck. I understand what they're thinking. And, part of me says, yeah, they're right. I mean, look what we had to do. We made the difficult decision to do that with my dad. I know what they're going through. It wasn't an easy decision to make, but we had to do it. So part of me understands. But the other part of me says, no, I don't want to do that. I mean, I wouldn't have a cell phone. I wouldn't have a computer. I wouldn't have anything. And I would be, stuck when somebody found the time to finally come. Because I was in that place for rehab. And I called my sister. I said, I don't know what we did to Dad, but this place is horrible. And, I said, if the place is good enough for Dad, it should be good enough for me, right? And all his complaints are like, I said, he was right. He was complaining, and we try to push off the complaints, but he was right. He really was right. But it's a Medicaid thing, and it's a state thing, and it's cheaply run, and it's understaffed, and they get to you when they get to you. The food sucks. Oh, God, the food was horrible. And they put on their thing, proudly, served by chefs from blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, gotta be kidding me. Because he complained about the food. And we kept, oh, Dad, it can't be that bad. Really, it can't be that bad. He was right. I told my sister. She told my dad. And he says, well, make sure you don't stay here long enough that you start liking the food. That was his comment, and I'm like, oh my God, you got to get out of here. All right. Yeah, to Mama, you're right. Some of them can be really terrible. And really, we thought the one we chose for my dad was one of the better ones. So, it's like, I mean, he was in several, and that was the better one out of the ones he was in. So, when you don't have the money to pay for the fancy places, you're not going to get anything fancy. It's just going to be, a dump where, I mean, out of all of them, it was the nicest one. And I guess if something happens, I would have to go back there. It's just, I already know, having been there as a rehab patient, how awful it is. And that my dad wasn't lying. Okay, so let's get back to what we were doing. We did this, we set up the tree already, so we're ready there. So we're waiting on me to shut up my mouth and start the timer. So, add it back. Set it for 30 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Actually, right now, I am so hot, and I've got the fan on me. I don't know what else to do. So hot up here. I can't really get to the window. Not that that usually lets enough air in. Oh, wow. Moody now. Okay. We've done that sprint. I was working on more posts for my blog. A few hundred words. And still got a few more to look at them. One of them, I haven't looked at the picture yet, but if I do, excuse me, I'll need to write a story. There's another one that sometimes I do and it needs writing a story. You know, short story. So I do some that are just, you know, prompt type where you just write certain things, but some more actual stories. And those I like to write because I love writing stories. Sometimes my brain doesn't want to function and I can't think of something, which happens. And that week I'll just skip it and go on to the next one. So Mom says rendering the video and trying out a new thumbnail style. Yeah. Thumbnails. They say they make all the difference for whether somebody wants to actually click on your thing. And ones that I see that they say are the best, you know, they usually include photos of you and this and, you know, very few words. I mean, I know all the stuff. I've gone through so many videos, but I really don't like them necessarily all that much. So mine are kind of, what would you call them? Artistic, like, you know, not really the kind they say get you the best click rate. I don't know. Whatever. Everybody's got their own idea what actually, you know, they like. It all depends. Kate said, woo, finished all my audio trimming, video clipping, and did some graphics editing. Holy cow. Now I can start writing. My gosh, you've been almost 3 3/4 hours doing that. I don't know how long before you started, but that's how long we've been streaming. But you finally got it done. How'd everybody else do? See, we've lost a few people along the way. And we ate too. My sugars are still high. And though it's not good that they're high right now, I'm worried that they'll drop on me. And what I went through last night, I do not want to repeat. That was really bad. Jen got 900. Congratulations, Jen. It's one of your best ones so far, and you're so close. So close. Good job. That's wonderful. She said, I started about 30 minutes before the stream, so about 4 hours of this nonsense. Suddenly, all those pesky part 1, scene 1 need to add. I need to add. Don't sound so bad. Oh, that's funny. How much more do you need? Jen says, I'd love to finish about 5K by bedtime and submit something. So how close are you to 5K? He says, oh my God, at Chin Mini, that's amazing. It is. It's great. Good job, definitely. And how much more to 5K, Jen? A little over 4K. I'm confused. You're saying you still need 4K before you can go to bed? Because that's a lot of. I mean, if you had 6 or 7 great sprints, you could probably do 4K. But are we reading wrong? Have you done 4K? Jen said I asked for an extension on a couple of things this week that I need to work. Yep, pretty much. So you need over 4K before you go to bed. You just need to turn to the next part of this book. Oh, maybe I misunderstood. I hope you don't mean you need 4,000 tonight, because it's going to be a while. Jen said they also have just a month to raise something for the anthology. I hope Dan. That's hard with all that romance story writing you do. On top of working, I assume you're back at work again. Okay. I don't know if I missed one or not. Spring. I know there's a couple people writing for different anthologies. I don't know if they're all writing for the same one or if there's just that many going around. I know Laura's trying to do one for horror. She can do some horror, I tell you. She reads some of that stuff out loud. It's like, oh, very good with the descriptions and stuff. Work has calmed down to a dull roar this week. Well, that's good. I think. I hope. Yeah, she is amazing. Her descriptions are wild. Pretty scary. She writes some great horror. You know, she's trying to write for a couple different anthologies. I think she's got one that did come out, or will be coming out soon. But she's kind of sticking with the horror at the moment. And I think she's working on something sci-fi, much bigger project that's sci-fi. And she was like doing world building and stuff like that, you know. But then she got into these short stories, horror short stories, and she seemed to be really enjoying them. Passing my ass off at Jen Mooney. I feel that though, Roar. I don't miss the workplace at all. I never liked working. I hated it. I always said I was born into the wrong class because I should have been born into one where I didn't have to work, because I thought my life sucked. And poor all my life, and then I, poor all my adult life. And it's just like, I'm poor. I want to be in the rich class. And, well, obviously that's not going to happen. I always said I was born in the wrong class. I missed something. I think this is Rockstar Romance or something. Oh, okay, so it's romance. You're not writing in the same category as Laura and her horror. I didn't think so. I know a lot of people are writing. World of Heart has something going on that a lot of people are writing for. I've heard them talking about. Not sure. Jen said I should probably check. What, that you're not supposed to be writing horror? Yeah. How about a horror romance? The Bride of Frankenstein. Revisit it. Fan fiction. There we go. A lot of people write fan fiction. Did you want to do a tree before I start the timer? Somebody posted something the other day. I was looking for writers, but I don't remember what it was now. But I think it might have done with horror, because I think Laura got excited about it. So if Laura got excited, it was probably horror. Oh, that's right. I got that video I made, that short. I gotta see if that turned out or not, if I can even use it. And I have to find out for sure how the shorts work so I can post it. But it's really hard to make a video that's less than 60 seconds and actually say something that makes sense. I have a bunch of them, and they all say, just went over 60 seconds at the end of them. I couldn't, he was having a heck of a time getting it set up to be less than 60 seconds. I finally got one, I think. I have to listen to it and check the time on it. All right. Join the room. My eyes are getting tired. I'm having trouble seeing now. A fall tree. I think it's just you and I, so I'm not going to wait too long before starting the timer. I think it's just you and I doing it. Timer, 30 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I just started it now. Okay. Still in 29 minutes. So we're just starting. Okay. I was busy writing a story. I lost track of time. A little short story for a prompt. And completely lost track of time. Didn't finish my story yet. To go back and finish. And then post it. So, how did everyone do? I'm not sure how many words. I didn't do it in words, so I don't have a counter on it. I'd say probably from the length of it, a couple hundred words at least. A little bit cooler in here right now. I mean, it was just so hot. I was so hot last night when I was trying to sleep too. Had two fans on, and I wasn't feeling good, and I just felt so lousy. Hopefully tonight will be much better. And I'm keeping my sugars higher. I'm not trying to bring them down because I'm terrified that it's going to drop on me. I don't know why it drops. So, oh my goodness. 998, but I wrote for 40 minutes. Oh, okay. Well, still, you almost made the 1,000. So you were actually writing while we were talking. That's good. So Mama says, still working on the thumbnail. Reviewed the video, looks good. Almost done with this. Well, that's good. Yeah, sometimes the process does take a long time, doesn't it? I know if I did a lot of editing, like a lot of people do, mine would take much longer. I managed to get away with. I still haven't even looked to see if those ones I made earlier are acceptable for what I'm trying to do. I keep forgetting. I keep saying I want to go look at them, and I forget. Okay, says 219, but I did get distracted with some graphics editing again. Oops. Well, it happens. Definitely happens. I actually was concentrating on the story I was writing, so I kind of lost total track of time that time. Because the last few, I was ending early enough, and I checked the timer, I'd have enough time, and I'd just wait for it. This time, the timer went off, caught me off guard. Shan says the story kind of writes itself. Well, that's the best kind of story ever. One that writes itself. Definitely. Good idea. I was watching one of the shorts that Charlie did, and they were talking about craft book. I think that's what it was called. And at first I thought they were talking, like mine is talking about the story Bible. I thought they were talking about the story Bible. And I thought, don't tell me we're doing the same exact thing. Then when I listened to it and realized that by craft book, they meant every time they read a craft book on writing, they take notes and they put them in this, book. And every book that they read, the highlighted stuff goes into join the rest of the stuff from the first book. So they're creating a large book of all the stuff, notate it with where it came from, so they know, where the information came from. And said, that if people wanted, they would do a longer video on it. I said, well, actually, I'm kind of interested, and I'm just starting to read craft books now, so I would be interested in what you're doing. I would like to see a video on that. Because it does sound pretty neat, because it's like, you read these books, and then unless you, write stuff down or do like I do, you make a note of it on something, and then you got 5,000 notes laying all over. This is, a little bit more organized. You know whose book it came from, who the author was that wrote it. And then you have all this information sorted by subject. It sounded like a really great idea. So I said, I'd like to see a longer video on it. So they're going to put it on the list of videos to be made. So I don't know how long it'll take, but hopefully soon, because I have to start reading these craft books, especially ones dealing with outline, since I think I'm going to have to outline the next part of this story if I continue on, because I just don't have it in my mind. Like it isn't like the first one where I just, dumped it onto a page and it was all there. This one, I've got little bits and pieces floating around my mind, but I don't have a story. So I think I'm going to, and I gotta write them down soon before I end up forgetting my ideas completely. So I need to do something. So I need to find out the best way to outline. Because there's so many ways of outlining out there that people use, and I don't know what will work for me, because I'm not an outliner, and I really don't want to be an outliner, but I don't think what I want to do is going to just do like my last story and just, spill onto the page complete like that one did. This is much harder. So we'll see. I got quite a few now that I have Audibles and Kindle Unlimited. I've got a ton of them. I didn't realize that Kindle Unlimited actually has a limit. You're only allowed to have 10 books at a time. So if you want more, you have to put one back. I'm like, thought it said unlimited on it. But you're limited to 10 at a time. Which means I have to actually start reading these things, because I can't get any more until I read the ones I have. So I definitely need to keep notes if there's anything important in there that I think I need, because I have to, in order to continue getting other books, I have to read what I have. Like, I didn't really know what it was when I started it. I also got the Audibles. So I have a couple that I got that were Audibles, and one was on doing a bullet journal. The other one's a story. Then you get, I think, 1 point a month for whatever it is they charge you, and then you get, so if you want to buy them, you can buy them at full price, or you can, if you have a point, you can use your point. So I used the 2 points I got, and I don't know when I get the next point, because there were a couple I wanted, but I wasn't going to pay the prices they wanted for it. Because those audio books are expensive. So And Kindle Unlimited has Audible books as well. They're called Read and Listen. I'm not sure, because I had something I had before that I didn't know I had, and those books from then are showing up in my membership. Because I don't remember having a membership before. So I'm confused why they're showing up under this thing as being, and it's like, you don't keep them, you read them, and then it's kind of like a library kind of thing. Like, you read it, and then you turn it back in, and you can get another one. Yeah, I'm not sure about the read and listen. I'm not sure about that. You're still debating between Audible Plus and Kindle Unlimited. I listen more than read. Well, that's the thing, you know, it really depends on the mood I'm in. Sometimes I don't mind sitting there reading. Sometimes I fall asleep if I'm listening to something. Like, if I'm reading, my mind is active. I don't fall asleep necessarily. But if I'm listening to something, there's a good chance I'm going to fall asleep. I mean, hopefully this BiPAP works. Eventually I won't be falling asleep so much. But right now, that bullet journal thing, I kept having to go back and re-listen to the same chapter over and over again because I kept falling asleep at the same place. And I figured I'm never going to get out of this chapter at the rate I'm going. Your battery level is very low. Charge your device immediately. That was my medical alert button telling me it needed to be charged. I'm like, what? He says, I'm stepping out for a little bit to walk the dog, but hopefully I will be back in a bit. Okay. See you later. I think as far as pricing goes, like I said, the Audible is more expensive. And if you want to buy them, they're a lot more expensive than the books that would be under the Kindle Unlimited. And I still don't know what the difference between that is and then the Kindle books that you buy. Like the Kindle Unlimited must be something different. I really don't know the difference. I'm not really sure. I mean, I've got a ton of books now. I really need to start reading them or listening to them. Right now, I'm not sure how many I have. I think I only have one story under the listening, the Audible. I'll have to go back to that page and see what's on there. Because I kind of stayed away from them. But I get a lot of the Kindle books, and I get a lot of free Kindle books. Yeah, they're so expensive. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I couldn't believe how expensive they were. Because there was a book I wanted the other day, and it says, you know, 1 point, and I forget what the price on it was. I'm like, wow. So I tried clicking on the point because I don't know when I get my next point. And it says, you know, the amount of the book came up. I'm like, obviously I don't have the point yet. I'm not paying that much money for this book. I don't remember what it was now either. I said, so it's not, I'm not going to get it anytime soon. So, like, the membership, you know, I forget how much it is per month. It's a little bit cheaper than buying the book outright, but still kind of expensive for just one book. Although I think there are some that are free. You know, they're not, may not be the most, you know, wanted books in the world, but I think there may be a few that are free. I don't know. It's getting very confusing, all the different memberships I have. Like my Prime is cheap because I'm on state aid, and I was reading through there and I'm like, oh, you get it for half price because I have state aid. All I had to do is put my Medicaid number in there and they gave me Prime at half price. I'm like, well, cool. That makes it even more worthwhile because I'm always ordering off of Amazon and I don't pay, you know, it's always free Prime most of the time. Most of the stuff I get anyhow. And so my membership certainly pays for itself in that case. All Audible Plus books are included in the membership. Yeah, but it's expensive. You get 1 point. And now I don't know about the Plus. I don't know if the Plus gives you 2. I don't even know what I have. I think there were 2. One, you got 1 point. I don't know if you get 2 points for the other one or not. If it's 2 points, it may not be so bad. I mean, there's a ton of books that come up, and I'm like, oh, man, I want that. But it's like, no, I don't have a point yet. I'm not paying that money for it. So I'll just have to wait each month until I get my credit and then try to figure out what books it is I want. I still have a mild toothache. It hasn't completely gone away, but it's not as bad as it was. So I've been trying to eat softer stuff too. So it's not quite as bad. Yeah, I wonder what my membership is. Just Audible or Audible Plus? Because I think the Audible Plus might get more than 1 point. I'm not sure. I was going crazy one night ordering stuff like crazy. So the Audible Plus is just an extension of the membership. There's several books that are free through that. You just need to dig. Yeah, that's what I thought. Some of them were free. Should have a credit by the end of the month. Yeah, it's been a couple weeks now at least. So I would think, I mean, I don't know if it runs on a month from when you start or a certain day of the month. I'm not sure how it works. I just started doing that in the Kindle Unlimited. Because I figured for the amount, you pay each month, they can get quite a few books. And since I've been kind of collecting the craft books, most of them are available on one or the other, whether it's the Audible or the Kindle Unlimited. But like I said, the Kindle Unlimited will only allow you to have 10. So each time I click on it, it says, if you want this book, you have to get rid of one that's in your membership. So I got to go back through and see if there's one I'm not super, if I want the new one more than I want what's in my list. Then obviously I got to start reading them if I want to get anything else, because You can only have so many at a time. So it's not unlimited, totally unlimited. You are limited. And I had to use my Kindle to do the audiobook one. Because I don't think it let me put it on the computer. I think I had to do it on my Kindle. That was the only choice. Was my Kindle. Which meant charging it up, and I went and I laid down on the bed to get comfortable and to fall asleep. Like, that was really helpful. Plus, if I'm doing that, I can't be taking notes at the same time because I'm just lying on the bed listening. Oh, boy. Well, you still have writing to do, I assume. So we should get going. Definitely have to finish the story I'm in the middle of and post it because I don't want it just sitting there. I have another one that needs a story too, I think. Do I? I could. Depends. I haven't looked at the site yet to see what the prompt is. Good night to Mama. Have a nice night. Thanks for stopping by. See you next time. All right. All right. Let's see here. I'm going to have to break down and put those glasses on soon. I'm pushing it without. Maybe that's why I have a headache. Duh. Should have thought about that. I'm straining my eyes because I don't have my glasses on. Oh, it's getting hot in here again. Damn it. Why am I getting hot? What in heaven's name is that? That's interesting. Wow. Interesting. Okay. Put the timer back up. That's what I forgot to do last time. And now, set the timer. 30 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah. I have a headache now, too. It's like, you know what? You got to put the glasses on. Oh, they're dirty. That's one thing I hate is looking through smudgy glasses. I got to go find my spray. You do a lot better job than blowing on them. My glass cleaner. That's a little better. Jen says, ugly. What's ugly? The glasses? I hate glasses. I don't wear them. I should wear them all the time, and I don't. These are reading glasses. These aren't my actual glasses that have, because I have problems with distance too. But I hate glasses, and they fall off my face. They're not fitted right. Oh, that tree. Yeah, it is. What is it? I agree. It was weird. Hadn't seen that one before. Whatever that thing was. Yeah, ugly. And that explains it. All right, let's see if I can get this story finished and post it on my blog. Well, I did it again. I got involved in what I was doing. I completely forgot that the timer was running. My headache is not as bad now. I have my glasses on at least, so maybe that was part of the issue. Kate is crashing really hard. Gonna call it a night. Oh, probably missed her. Get some sleep. Happy writing, everyone. Catch you next time. Yeah, people are dropping like flies around here. Is right. See, we lost to Mama. We lost Kate. No, I think it's just you and me, even though it says 3 up there. I think it's just you and me left. I don't think anybody else is left in here. Not that I can remember, anyhow. It is only 1:15. I mean, really now. Yeah, me too. I had a terrible time last night with my blood sugar dropping to 31, thinking I was going to pass out, and then trying to go to sleep with that mask on. You got 1,275 words in 45 minutes. That's a good amount of words. Even if it was 45 minutes, it's still a pretty good amount of words. I'm certainly not going to figure out the math, but that's a pretty good amount of words. And I got to remember, I've got the physical therapist come tomorrow. I've got the doctor calling me tomorrow, though I don't know what we're going to attempt to do since we haven't been able to get my blood sugars under control yet. This blood sugar dropping too low has been an issue for a long time now. We're not getting anywhere, and it's so dangerous. And I don't know how to predict it. 1,695 words per hour. So you did the math. Okay. That's pretty good. And that way, in 6 hours, no, 5, 6 hours, you could have 10,000. Oh, your sheet does it for you. I got you. I wasn't thinking about that. Yeah, okay. You already got the math already figured out. You could do it by hand, you mean? No, I couldn't. Math was never my best subject. Yeah, just tired back to early mornings. I guess so, if you're going back to work. Like, I have to be up tomorrow. So I'm ready for the... Oh, I could finish this tomorrow. I see what you're saying. You didn't quite finish. Okay. No, it's just you and I, as far as I know, in here. So you'll be up until midnight. It's already past midnight here. It's See, it's what, 10 o'clock where you're at? I don't have a real date, but tomorrow seems fair. I got a phone call today telling me that they were canceling an appointment. The nurses, the Beata nurses that come to my house, were canceling an appointment for today for the occupational therapy. I'm like, what appointment would that be? I don't have one. And she said, well, I'm just going to the date book and canceling all the appointments that she has in here. I said, well, that's nice, but she never told me she was coming today. So I guess I would have been a little surprised when she showed up at my door. Because I wouldn't have been awake. She woke me up to tell me that my appointment had been canceled. And I'm like, what appointment? It would have been nice if she had called and made an appointment. She goes, oh, I'm sorry. I'm just using all the scheduled appointments that are in the book and canceling them all. Well, as far as I know, I didn't have one. So, surprised me. That's the bad thing about some of these people. Some of them are really good. Some of them, like her, just make appointments and don't tell you that they made the appointment. She used to call like on Sunday and say, okay, I'm going to be here on such and such. She hasn't been my OT for a few weeks. And now that she's back, well, over a month, because she stopped when I went to the hospital. I had another person. She's pregnant and she had to go out for pregnancy. And so I got the old one back. And she used to call on Sundays and tell me, when she was going to come, but she didn't do that. So I had no idea I had an appointment today. Which was what, Tuesday? Yeah. So she hasn't called today, so I don't know. I don't know when she's gonna come. Obviously, I'm the last person in the world to know that I have an appointment. I mean, why should you tell the patient? Really? Okay, so what are you telling me? You done? I mean, that's fine with me. I got things I have to do before I go to bed, and it is 1 o'clock in the morning. So, if you are done, we can end this now. I've been live for 5.5 hours. Short for me. Yeah, that's not good. I'd be mad. Yeah, I wasn't exactly thrilled. At first, I get woken up to be told that my appointment was canceled. So that I had never been told I had in the first place. Jeez. People, I'll tell you. But, we're at their mercy. And you can't complain about it. I mean, what are you going to do? Their whole company's like that. I called and told them I was in the hospital. Please cancel all my appointments. Person even called me back and verified it with me. And what happens? I get a phone call telling me, I can't come tomorrow. My wife, they think she has COVID, so we're in quarantine. I'm like, Mike, I'm in the hospital, and I have been. I called Beata and told them, and he's like, oh, God, I wish they would pass on messages around here. He's like, I'm sorry. So, the whole company as a whole sucks. Okay. Well, that's not good. Staying awake at work is important. And like you said, I do have things I have to do before I go to bed. And now I'm wearing that machine. I have to try to make somewhat normal hours, though it doesn't it says they don't care as long as I have at least 6 to 8 hours sometime during the 24-hour time period of 12 noon to 12 noon. That's my framework to work within. So, Thursday is my next scheduled one. Thursday and Friday night was scheduled. Yeah, your glamorous life. I understand that. In that same category, had the same kind of glamorous life. So hopefully I'll see you either on Thursday and or Friday. I don't think I'll be doing a pop-up Wednesday. I know Laura is streaming Wednesday night, so at 9. I'll probably try to hit hers. I don't know about anybody else's, but I have plenty to do on it. I don't have to do it with the stream. I haven't been feeling so well, so I need to take it easier. I need to give my body a break. And not sleeping isn't helping. Yeah, you have plenty of writing to do as always. Okay, well, I'll see you then probably Thursday sometime. And have a good day at work tomorrow. Hopefully it'll stay a dull roar, if that's the best that you can hope for. So, good night.